All right. Here it is. This is the last stream before I fly out to AWE, and we are going to see if we can get Brane script working. No longer shall I go to conferences and be like, oh, Brane Engine is going to be so awesome after I get this scripting language working. No. We will go there and go, would you like to try the scripting language that I got working in 2 weeks before this conference? So, sticking to our agenda, because we need to get this done fast. First thing to do is right-click events for nodes. I don't think we're ever going to do a right-click drag, so we'll keep mouse drag as that. Now, is there any way to get mouse buttons? Doesn't look like it, so we'll just have to do it manually. If a mouse button is pressed, mouse button right. Yes, indeed. It's do or die right now. Compile or bust. I'm actually fairly confident. I had some doubts like earlier today and last night, but like, fingers crossed. As long as nothing goes terribly wrong. I might even have some time to polish it over the flight. Hello, Squarepeg. How goes it? That's good. I am working so hard right now for a, oh, that's cool, that most people are gonna react with. Okay, yeah, we support right mouse click now. Let's see. I can actually short circuit operator this. Mouse button left, and see, because it uses the and condition. The and condition actually has control flow in it. You don't think about it, but it literally is an embedded if statement in there that changes control flow. Will this basically be VRC but better? Think about it as Resonate but more user-friendly. That's probably a better comparison. Though, I will say I definitely have... I've booted Resonate... No, not even Resonate. I have Resonate installed. I haven't booted it yet. I've gone into Neos a couple times. VR chat is definitely where I've spent the most time. In fact, I'm going to allow myself the side tangent of... Hold on, where's my search bar? Can I search through my games? Where is it? VR... Ah, there you are. I'm like nearly to the 500 hours mark. I am nowhere near like the 2,000 hours, but like I have spent a fair chunk of my life in here. I wonder... Are they gonna look? Oh, right. I was also gonna check my Steam VR numbers real fast. Because I've spent a fair amount of time in Unity working on Steam VR stuff. Where are my Steam VR hours? Oh, there he goes. There's Steam VR Home. Yeah, there it is. Steam VR. 4,000 hours. I wonder, out of curiosity. Now, of course, some of that is just like leaving the computer on, right? But 4,000 divided by 24 hours in a day, right? That is a third of a year. Oh, it's nearly half a year. Now, I got nothing on the protagonists of SAO, but yeah. And the funniest thing is if I try to start flexing that number, I have friends with significantly more playtime than that, and they'll shut me down pretty fast. Okay, so this should work with no changes in behavior. So we're now able to... No! Well, I'm glad I checked. If button... Try start drag is what's not working. I think. Oh wait, I have logs? We can check. Yeah, logs say... Since I already have print statements here, thankfully. Okay, so where... Let's go back to our event calling logic. Which is up here. Mouse button left is mouse button pressed. Send event. Self send event. See, the mouse drag is still working the same way. Let's see what this should do. Is this shouldn't return true, right? Like, we shouldn't let events trickle down like that. I guess we can check, like, if I do this. That works. That works again. Okay. So the problem was the short circuit logic isn't working. So this here is returning true. So which event handler? Right sidebar border. Oh. This just always returns true. Always returns true does not work in this instance. I like not consuming mouse up events because I'm worried about state getting messed up. This is formatted super weird. There's a formatting error somewhere. That is still formatted so badly. Wow. Any case. That should now properly handle if it's consuming events or not. Meaning, if I line this bar up with a node, we shouldn't get situations where, like, the event of me clicking this UI should be consumed by me clicking this UI, and then we should still be able to interact with this. Yes. Good. Alright, now we need to do a right-click event. The question is, how do I actually handle the, like, actual adding system? Because right now, I don't have any way to select a certain node, and this graph here isn't aware of any context outside of itself. It just is aware of this particular graph, not the greater UI context as a whole. I'm not quite sure how to do a selected context at the moment, because I don't have... Usually the way I like solving these problems is by thinking about it a ton and then coming up with a well thought out solution. I don't have the time to do that right now. I just need to like pull a Silicon Valley bro and just get it working. The solution I'm thinking of just like right click on it. Actually, since events aren't scoped, yeah, since events aren't scoped, there's actually a really simple solution, which is to struct add menu, which currently won't have any scope. And this menu exists as a floating element, which no, I don't have a way to handle those. Because it should be handled at the UI context level itself, like this. I don't have a reference to the UI context itself. You know, I'm just gonna create a pop-up context structure, and we're gonna roll with it. How long is this code file? Oh, we're not over 2,000 lines of code yet. I have 50 to go. Don't worry, we'll get there. Now I'm wondering, how did I get to hand interaction scripts that were 2,000 lines of code long? Because I've done that before. And I'm not sure how anymore. Lots of quaternion math, apparently. Okay. So this is going to be a pop-up context. And this is just going to be any pop-up, I guess. But most importantly, pub visible boolean. The pop-up context will always exist, but we'll decide when to show it. We'll have the ability to show this. Okay, pop-up is shown. We need a position to show it at. Hello! How's it going? We are currently locking in. This is the last time I have to get this working before I fly out. Yep. I put in 10 hours yesterday, too. I'm quite fried. I don't know if I'm going to be sleeping on the plane or working more. Thank you. I don't really need luck at AWE. I don't actually have basically any obligations while I'm there. It is kind of a vacation trip. Though, I have been given a mission. We've been given a mission. We're the Tuesday Newsday boots on the ground. So that is basically my only actual obligation. Is like, if there's something cool, I need to videotape that and get info on it. Which I guess means I have to go to the talks and bring my... Actually, I have a very nice webcam now. Actually, I had that when I filmed my last video, so it's not a recent development. But this webcam has amazing zoom on it, so if I do go to any talks, I would be able to get very good up-close footage of whoever's talking. It has like 50x optical zoom on it. Actually, I think it's only 20x optical, and then it, like with digital, it can make it get to there. And then it has active, smoothing. So there's like actual motors in it, keeping the camera stable. It's very cool. Okay. Is shown. We'll have a draw here. We'll have a UI element. Are you in a group instance of the Brane? No. I've been mostly streaming from just private instances recently. The streaming in an open lobby was kind of cool. I was hoping it would... The first time I did it was actually pretty cool. I had like conversations going on and whatnot, but most of the time it's kind of like people sitting silently in here, and that's like, it's a little bit weird, slightly distracting. So I would say it as like a partially flopped experiment. So for now, I think I'm mostly gonna stick to solo instances on stream. Ride secured to getting to the airport in less than 12 hours. Beautiful self. Then, okay, we need... draw handle. And a project. Then when we do show, we need to... Yup. Alright, I'll see you around. Thank you for sticking by, though. Or stopping by, though. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna sleep before this plane flight. Okay, and then root is going to be a rounded rectangle with... Actually, we'll be fancy and make it a border. Come on. Use the completion. There we go. And we'll have this be just regular fit content for now. I do not have the time to actually create a scroll view. Do root, add child. This needs to be moot. UI element. What? Nope. New UI content. Oh wait, this needs to be a text element. There we want color, style, or Like element, new text, header font. Ah. This isn't the communist dinosaur song, what are you on? Different song. Unless you're rewatching that. Hello. Yeah, no problems. Did you end up finding safe bindings for OpenGL specifically? Nice. This is true, this is true. I think those are easier to find in the Rust world for no particular reason. Oh, wait. It's this item that we want to be none. Alright, and in here is where we're gonna put the event handler. Okay. So when we call show, this should just do... Show should be the function that we call from the graph itself, or the block graph itself. Yeah, we should call add menu item from inside show. That way, they're always the most up-to-date. What are you hoping to see at AWC? What are you hoping to see at AWE yourself? Deckard. But what I'm probably going to see is like a bunch of AR stuff. I have heard that there's going to be like a cool X-Reel demo. So that's like, you know, your AR glasses sort of things. Possibly get a chance to see some Android XR stuff. I'd really like to get my hands on an Android XR headset. That would be amazing. Yes? Not right now. What do you need? Okay, not right now. I don't think I would get into the demos for that. Well, Android XR is a Google project, so it is kind of like the Google Glass. Items. Alright, I'm just gonna sit here and let my brain reboot a little bit. Beep, boop, boop. Beep, boop, boop. Okay. Will the Brane be for standalone quest as well? That is the plan. It doesn't really work if it's not. Thank you. Just WhiteBatAudio, which, if you listen to too much of it, you hear it everywhere. Because it is good music that is free to use. Now, what menu items are we going to support? Probably just functions. Yeah, this is actually most of the stuff he makes isn't Darksynth stuff. I've just been using the Darksynth stuff recently to get away from the usual like chill playlists, which I've listened to for hundreds of hours at this point. Okay, this menu for this demo only needs to support functions. Get that through your brain. Only functions. How do we represent to it? Functions, okay. Means we need to pass in an HIR function or identifier. It will involve functions. Possibly. The jury is still out. And functions, they contain their own item ID, right? Yeah. Well, since we have a mutable self-reference, we'll just do self items. Borrow immutably children push ref cell new Dang. Actually, if this is public, here's what I'll do. Because it makes it easier for me, I'm going to make a on-click handler that when you add a menu item, this gets called. So we're gonna say ref cell new UI element new text. Ah, dang, we do have to make this slightly more complicated because I want it to look nice, you know? Immutable item, UI element, or UI content, rounded, and then the color is going to be style, nav window dim background, but we're gonna tint this white slightly, so we're gonna lighten it. Let's see, can I? Okay, there's lerp. Lerp with white. So just very slightly lightened. And then this is item, add child, UI element, new text. I need the font. We'll have a font, the text, which is label. Font size is that. I'm gonna say true on wrapping. No, false. False on wrapping. And finally, what is the last item? Color. Expected RC ref cell? Okay. And now when we go on event, we'll say if, oh, actually, in this case, we want to return false. But in this case, we want to do if inbounds and mouse button equals mouse button left. We're gonna call on click. Okay, this isn't happy. Once may not live long enough. Ah. You know what? Never mind. We won't do function once. We're gonna do just function. It can be function mutable. Okay. So that will give this a way to respond. Is it possible for me to, instead of move self, instead have take our self variable as a reference counted ref cell? Is this valid? Okay. So I can't have... What I want to do is make it so that oh, wait a second. This can still work, I think. See, what I do is I make this click event not consume the click event. Is have the root node consume the click event. That way, the root node can just close itself. And I need a reference to a draw handle. We also do need a send event. Which will be if self if self is shown, then we want to do self root send event. And we actually want to do the same on is shown. Okay. Actually, strangely enough, this doesn't need to be mutable, does it? Okay, and that... You can add items to the menu. What I would like to do is some logic to make sure this isn't hanging off the edge of the screen. But I don't really have the time to put that in, so we're gonna just to do Windows bounds checking. Then finally, let's actually do our event handling, which is really, really simple. We just do context on event equals some box new. And then this needs to be our event handler, which takes in downgraded context. Event inbounds. I don't know. I could have sworn it was on event. Self. Oh, right. Root on event. There we go. So we don't really care about most of these. I think on mouse up, so I'm gonna say if inbounds if this was an inbounds event, then we want to say context borrow mutably is shown equals false. And all this does is the first time we click after this UI event is shown. Yeah, the first time we click after this UI event is shown, we just close it. And then we don't even want to consume the event. Actually, yes, we do. So if this was shown, Okay, and then we want to consume this if this was shown and in bounds. So if you were clicking on the UI, the event doesn't get passed down. Yeah, so if the event was triggered on this object, it doesn't propagate down. If it was triggered, like if you clicked outside of the box trying to click something else, it will propagate properly. Okay. We now have a menu that pops up at a position, and we can add events to items to it. And then when those items are clicked, a thing happens. So now, if we go to our UI context, not content, UI context, there we go. In here we'll have we want this to be a reference counted ref cell. Add block node pop-up context. This will be new. And then we want header font and project. And that is now initialized. Let's make sure we actually render it. But this does return a Boolean. What do you mean? Oh well, I'll just hope that this scope drops. I'm not gonna just hope that it works. I don't trust it. We're going to manually scope it like that. And then when we go to draw, here I'm gonna clean this up real fast to decrease the duplication. And we want the pop-up to be the highest thing in the graph, so we'll draw it after everything else is shown. And it is theoretically fully functional. Now, we have a pop-up, but how do we use it? Well, we theoretically have it. We don't know if it's actually working yet. Well, in graph here, this on event, we need access to the pop-up and we're going to add it to, well, we don't even technically need to add it to our members because we just use it directly in this giant abomination. So here on mouse down, we're going to match on button So on mouse button left, we'll do that. On all of the other ones, we want to do nothing. However, on mouse button right, we want to use our pop-up that I accidentally deleted from our function arguments, not from our member variables. Now we'll do pop-up bar immutably, and we actually want this to be an entire block of code. We want to clear menu. And now we get to figure out what functions to add here. Because we can pop up add menu item. I'm just gonna say main for now. And on click, when do you think you will be done with node-based scripting? Truly done, as with all large script projects, never, but like in a usable state, I'm not sure. It's gonna be a couple months still. Basic done. My couple months estimate still stands. I am honestly not very sure. I'm scared of making estimates now. That's what I'll say. Project upgrade? Is project not upgraded? Oh, it's not. We're gonna say project borrow project borrow graph. I guess graph 1 would be our current one. And oh, wait a second. I could completely cheese this. All I have to do is say let block equal block clone. We'll say block pointer borrow oh, I still do need to get the graph. But what we need to do is let graph equal block pointer. No, wait. Project graph project graph mutably block graph ID, and that gets our current graph. Then we need to get the actual block data, which will be graph block block And I currently, in block data, don't have an actual way. I don't have an implementation for adding nodes. So let's go. Actually, we'll just use this. JR. There we go. Here's our block. Oh, we already have an implementation for this. So we just want a hub function add node. And we want an item ID basically just want the expression that this node calls, or the definition of the thing that it calls. So we just do let ID equal ID counter. ID counter self ID counter plus equals 1 self or nodes insert ID node does the node itself have an the node doesn't have its own ID as a thing that an ID has that a node has bleh. Okay, so I could have just passed a node in here because it doesn't know what its ID is, but it's incredibly useful for things to be able to know what they are. So I'm going to make ID be a field now that I'm actually putting in the effort to create this, because it's easy. And I didn't do it before because I didn't want to have to do this. So in here, when we do new node, we're just going to do block data, add node, this needs to be mutable, and then the expression def ID, I happen to know that my manually created graph is 0. Actually, it's 1. Graph 1, and the item is going to be 0 for main, for the main node, for the main function. And we won't predefine any inputs. So we It doesn't need to be mutable. I guess since it's a reference, the reference itself doesn't need to be mutable. Okay. Build, please. I implore. Too slow. ID and initializer of node. Oh, that's in main. Editor! Editor dying. It can't handle the fact it was about to work first try. Totally. Okay, so instead of doing block nodes insert, we're going to do block no, this is block. Wait, no, this is block. So we should have a add node function. Where it can pass in inputs. And also the expression. Actually, what am I doing? We don't even need to worry about nodes existing in the graph because we're defining those ourselves. With our UI. Now, did I delete an add function in here? No, I didn't. Okay, it is running. Now, well, it's not closing the menu, but it's doing something. Broken ref. Oh, it's because our main function fine. We'll implement it so that it actually finds existing functions Fine. Hash map? Okay, so the item will be graph ID reference graph as a tuple, I believe. If we do reference self graph plural iterator. I think this is valid. I don't know if the actual IDs are valid, but okay. Let's see, how are we doing on time? 2 hours in? In the next 10 minutes, can I get adding working? Then that'll give us roughly 3 hours or so for me to get compilation working, and then I should really, like, actually pack. Because I'm leaving at, like, 4 a.m.-ish. 3 hours would give me till midnight. Actually, I have more than 3 more hours then. Potentially. I'm not sure. We're cutting it kind of close. But now, if we go to UI, our giant 2000 plus line code. No, we flew past the 2000 line mark. We're at 22 lines of code. And menu item. Thank you. I guess we actually do have like a running which task we're on right now, because I never deselected that selection. That is kind of funny. But if you stick around long enough, you might see the adding menu working correctly, though for some reason it doesn't really want to work right now. Because this context in shown should be deleting it. But, you know what, let's not worry about the pop-up menu not killing itself. Where is I gonna do? There it is. So in here, instead of manually hard coding stuff in, like I wanted to, let's instead do for graph in project borrow graph. No, wait, is graphs public? Did I just make that public? Well, then why did I spend all this time writing an iterator function for it? And then for every graph in our loaded context, because one of these graphs in here is going to be our, whatchamacallit. Oh yes, we do actually want to destructure this tuple. For each one of these graphs, we want to scrape all of the functions in them. So for item in graph iter, which this is a properly constructed thing, match on item. Well, I guess items themselves will have their ID, so I guess we don't iterate with the actual ID or item. So we don't care about pipelines, traits, or implementations. We'll just throw units in for that. But for functions, we want to do pop-up. We want to call this function here, but with actual data. So function identifier clone, and then our function here what this should do block data, add node, and then we want the graph here to be that ID here. Let's actually rename this to like graph ID. And then our item is item ID. Oh, no. Item dot ID. Or we could just do function. ID. Temporary drop ball borrowed. Project equals project borrow. But I have this as moved. Oh, is it because we need a copy graph ID? Yeah. Never mind. Wait. Because graph ID was a reference, and func function is also a reference, so it sneakily pulling references into there. There we go. So now we should auto propagate this. They're going to make this mind controlled with a PCI. Potentially. It says it finished, but it's... Oh, there we go. Okay, now it works. The pop-up doesn't go away, but we can add functions. Let's go. Let's add another one of main. Let's just chain these. This is fun. Okay. Now, to make there be more functions than just this, and also figure out... We need to figure out how to actually make this pop-up disappear, because that is really annoying. Okay. See, I'm setting is shown to false right here. If this is getting called, that is. And this doesn't consume input events, but it's obviously working. Because, like, the function's getting called. And it would show up if self is shown. We need to hide the pop-up. Taking so long to finish building. I'm just gonna build it manually. Thing trying start drag. So that's at least getting it, but when I click that, it like works. What's going on? Like events aren't hitting the root node at all. Wait a second, are events not hitting the root node at all? Here we go, it finally finished compiling from last time. Okay, I figured out if you make a breaking change, not a breaking change, but a solid change to the document to make it recompile, it unfreezes it. Self-root send event. So we get all possible event targets. Yeah, so self isn't included in the list of targets, so I'm gonna yank this if statement out. Actually, I'm gonna put it in here. And we're gonna make send event require a mutable self. And then self-rect, this is inbounds. Going to where AWE just for AWE or plans to see other things while there? Basically just to go for AWE. I do have like a bunch of friends who will be there, so I'm probably just gonna follow them around, to be honest. So if they have I believe there are plans to go to an in and out. So I might tag along with that if they don't go before I get there, which is a possibility. Then we're gonna call the event here. Come on. Okay. I think this might work. It failed. But why? There's a comma on line 724. That should not be there. 700 and what? $724 here. No, it's doing the crash thing. Stop. Access denied. Access granted. Okay. Yep, there it is. Already borrowed. Yup, I know. So do I bring back... Wait, this is context. This isn't the UI element. I guess it technically is kind of the UI element. But, okay. We need more fine-grained access than this, I guess. Node pop-up context. If we just ref cell... Actually, this is already a ref cell. We don't need to worry about that. This is already a ref cell. We don't need to worry about that. This, we don't change. We don't need to worry about that. Okay. That actually wasn't too much work. Now, if we make the pop-up context not require a ref cell, then we won't have the issue of this cell itself Nice. Now we basically just downgrade every single one of these, or upgrade depending on how you think of it. Stealth, root, borrow, moot. Okay, now, maybe, yeah, there are more bugs. Show bug, no method named borrow moot on pop-up. It is true. Was that the last debug message, aside from all of these debug messages? It is. Hey, look at that. Menu goes away. That was more pain than it should be, but hey. Now, all we need to do to have more nodes for us to work with is just add more nodes for us to work with. If I go to main, I'm gonna just, I don't even know if I spelt that correctly, but intrinsics. So we're gonna create a new graph. And we're just gonna add a bunch of functions without any block IDs. So we're gonna add, do I have graph IDs? For graph identifiers? I'm just going to call this graph the standard graph. I know for a fact that I just added arguments to that, so I am going to ignore you, type checker. Then I guess I do have to still create block signatures. Let's create a new function that we're going to call Dang, I'm missing stuff in graph. Aren't I? No. It's just my editor crapping out on me. Got it. Which is super unfortunate. We need to add... We'll just call this add F32. And now we have, let's call it F32 add. It's like that. Hello, also nerd, but actually at the conference. Well, hello all three of you. Good. Yeah, make fun of me using Vim and then Vim not working and actually slowing me down. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let Sebian. What do you mean let Sebian? Let Sebian where? He's... Isn't he in your hotel room? I'm not there yet. He'll never finish node scripting before node AWE? Let me show you something. What? What? Isn't this an invite-only instance? How?
accepted my invite. Do you want to say hi to Kate and Jack?
What?
Echo.
Was it because it's blue? Dude, does blue auto like? This is just like my home instant.
I sent a request and then you just accepted it.
Oh, so I guess it's like me auto clicking the button. Huh? That's good. That's good to know. Just infinite loop.
Do you want to say hi to Jack and Kate?
I heard they can hear me from all directions. Yes, I already said hi.
Oh, okay. You're so cute and low resolution on the Steam Deck plugged into the shitty TV.
But yeah. So Jack, you're saying?
I can't see the code.
Yeah, I saw a bug in line 22.
Well, it's working almost. Wait. Why is this aligned like that? Okay, I can fix that. But look, that's an add node, and then we can like actually node script it. Look, that's a node scripting system. What's this? You won't have it working by AWE. I just have to get this to actually like throw that into the compiler, and then we're done.
You just had. Hang on, no. You're telling me bro spent 5 days making the front end and he hasn't made the back end yet?
I already have the backend. It's just the backend for the text-based version.
I'd like to point out, just one thing is all you have to do, because we all know that's probably not true.
No, you quiet. I already have a language runtime. I can be. Yeah. I can do this.
Steam Deck imposter. We believe you can do it.
We're believing you.
Yeah. So I fly out at like 4 a.m. today. Actually, no, that's when I get to the airport. I fly out at like 7.
When are you arriving in LA?
Like 3, I want to say.
Oh, in the afternoon?
Oh man.
Yeah.
They're gonna miss the watch party.
I know. I was looking at flights to see if any made sense. But I didn't want to like extend an extra day of hotel travel, and I would have had to leave like
I see.
done an entire overnight flight.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
What do I say? Oh, here we go.
Yep. Are you like? Nah.
We're like
You're in
way outside of the where you are. There we go.
Wait, do I show up on your stream? Oh, no,
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I still have it on. Yeah, I could banish you. Yep. I could banish you. Here, banished.
Yeah, I think that's my imposter. Yeah, you need to enable it.
We're just.
There you go.
I'm really while we eat dinner, but I think we're just gonna turn it.
Just gonna keep crapping on my code. I mean, there are much more fun things to do.
It's really odd. What's the avatar? I don't know. I think it resets. Yeah, it resets my avatar because I'm on Steam Deck.
Oh
Yeah, but yeah, that's not my avatar. Actually, it looks like. Yeah.
Well, yeah. To answer like the accusation of making the front end is everything. The front end is basically 90% of the work, and actually the reason I was switching to a node graph system. Theoretically, I made the mistake of writing my own UI layout system for this, which has slowed me down quite a bit, as opposed to just using like an IMGUI layout system. I just wrote it from scratch with like Raylib.
That's the engineering spirit.
Yep.
The engine program just said front end is everything.
Okay, here.
He did it in his own.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna turn down the music and then turn up.
Bro, just implemented software rasterization for what?
No. I didn't do software rasterization. What I did was... Ah, man, now I can hear my voice now more. What I did was I made like a UI layout system. So like... actually, a very good example is if this runs. When I right-click this like little add menu, You see how these are laid out like next to each other? This is wrong. So if I actually want to go and fix this,
Jack says he just makes scratch.
pretty much, unfortunately. I hope it looks visually nicer than Scratch. I mean, like,
There's no cat. There's no
Scratch UI from Scratch. Let's see where.
Wait, did you hear me? Did you sign up for the Builders Nexus?
What is that?
It's a thing.
Okay. Is that the reality hackathon?
And it's like you can there's private speed and networking sessions with investors.
Oh, those
I was
guys.
gonna do it for Vail, but
I was too late.
Oh, see, the thing
Okay,
is,
wait,
like,
you
I'm
wanna
super
figure out
mixed
how
on
you-
actually getting investors. I've spent too much time with the basis guys. They're very good at convincing you not to take investor money.
really?
Yeah.
Slow growth instead, or what? Bootstrapping, slow growth.
I guess, like, slow growth, yeah, but it's also, like, the instant you take investment, you also lose control over your project by whatever percentage of that be.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I shouldn't
Yeah.
keep you, but I'm really excited to talk a lot more this week.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you. Alright then, I'm gonna
see you
get
guys
off.
tomorrow.
I'm gonna get off your instance. I'll
Alright.
see you.
See it.
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye. Alright. Let's see. You guys the one. You were the guy. Yeah. Okay. What was I going to do? Right. Pop-up. The pop-up. I need to make the pop-up actually work. So unique stream raid? Yup. Indeed, it's a popping stream. When you put compiler bust on there, it seems to make people click. Yeah, I don't even know I stream on Twitch anymore. Like, Twitch maxes out at like 5 viewers most of the time, but I can usually hit 10 viewers on YouTube. Semi-consistently if I stream until midnight. Though this possibly is the largest YouTube stream I've ever done. I've had it higher on Twitch before, but this is the highest, like, YouTube stream, possibly. It's a good stream for it to be high on, because I'm actually doing interesting things. If you know, I can scroll through this 2,000-line UI file, monolith, to get to... When we add item, self items, where do I create items? Ah, here we go. Add items. And then we need to set this direction layout descending. Now, why is sig bugging? Not find the value sig. I don't think I would put sig there. That must have been an accidental paste. But now that I've changed that layout thing. Yeah! That's not how this should look like, though. We should have root, content, and then content, root, item. Oh, this should be content add child. Are you adding value editing directly in unbounded nodes? I don't know what that means. then we need to root, add, child, content, build. Ah. There we go, we should have a menu back now. That looks so much better. That's what the menu's actually supposed to look like. Pretty much baseline functionality for programs like Ambient. Yeah. Okay, I need to add padding to these item nodes. I should add some spacing there. That can be plane. When I'm on the plane, I can clean that up. But let's get this actually compiling. So we have a value A, a value B, and then an output. I guess now I just need a compile button. So when we go and create the right sidebar, dang, I should have designed a better UI system. Better UI system would make me move a lot faster here. But hey, we have a node graph system that works through a UI system. It's fine. We'll get this working in time. We want the right sidebar, not the left sidebar. Where is right sidebar? Here's our right sidebar. And in here we need right sidebar is down here. We're already doing right sidebar. Oh, that's content. Dang, I already nuked my undo history. Yeah, I'm spending the time to make a much nicer UI system when we get back from this. Or just ripping it out and using a pre-existing one. Because my idea of like, oh, I'm going to be making a Brane script native UI system, so let me just write my own UI system here that I know that I'm going to replace later. Smart idea, right? It has taught me how to make a UI system. At least slightly incorrectly, but we need to figure out how to make it correctly, and Eventually, and not right now. Okay, I've had enough. I'm editing the builder. We are adding a add a child that does not return a ref. That follows the regular builder pattern rules. There we go. Now, where is my reference to font in this context? Do I not have a reference to font in this context? No, I do. It's just right here. This is where I'm loading it. Up to the top of the function with you. Do header font. This is going to be build. Then we'll make this big. False no wrapping. And then what's the final thing? Color. Dang it. Why can't it just, like, build? There we go. There we go, we have a giant build function over there. I was supposed to lay out a line center. Screw you. Right sidebar content. Content rounded, but sidebar content. I was supposed to put it here. And then we're going to just add padding like 10 pixels. Okay, that gives me the build button. Let's add an event, so when on build is called. Luckily, we can just inline this function right here. Because take right event inbounds. And then match event. Inbounds and mouse button equals mouse button right. And in here is where we compile. Which means I now need to write a compiler. Now, how shall our compiler function? Let me just validate that we are actually able to compile. Well, that's not where that was supposed to be. It's fine. It's fine. Once it's working, I'll spend like a little bit of time cleaning it up, but if inbounds and mouse button equals mouse button right. Okay, it is working. I'm just stupid. Okay. Now, Brane C, we need... We basically just need to do one singular bit of compiling, which is lowering the HIR to IR. And that's all we need to do. It's that easy. It's that easy. This is our pre-existing intermediate representation. I don't have to do anything to get this working, because it already exists. Huzzah! And for this demo, I'm not supporting structures, which means I doesn't. Which means I don't need to support memory access operations at all. I can just use my existing IR operators. Now, do I have like my IR writer system? Or did I nuke that? Here's my old AST lowering. Oh, this is just document context. That's... Ah, man. So much code that I just nuked. Well, I guess whatever I build for this is not what I'm going to use in the future. So we're going to make something really, really simple. We're going to call this lower HIR, and what we're going to get out of this is going to be a... Come on. There we go. Key bindings. Thank you for working. There we go. Yeah. Brane Core. Does Brane Core have the IR in it? It does. So it's already linked. So we need to do use Brane Core IR. We're gonna say IR module. And this is not where this function should go at all. I am grossly under engineering all of this. But we're gonna go let modules equal IR mod vect. Why don't I just do vec? And we get an immutable reference to this project. For graph in this project, if graph ident is equal to standard, then we want to continue and not output any IR whatsoever for that graph. Do I have a method for outputting structures at the moment? Not really. I need to grab code from my old compiler that I think I just nuked, because I don't know where it would be. What I basically need to build here is an IR emitter. Just thinking about my current, you know what? Screw it, we can hard code it. For item in for all the items in this graph, so for item in graph match item everything but function will remain a to-do, and this is where we will actually lower our function. And then we have one singular block of execution in this function. And what's great about a node graph is it's actually like super easy to convert to a what's the name of the thing? SSA form graph, which is what my runtime uses, and also what LLVM uses, and also what a ton of other systems use, because it is the easiest way to optimize code. And because of how I'm writing my node graph, it's just always going to be an SSA form graph. Lock equals graph lock func body, and this is all the information for the. Actually, we should probably do the function input structure first. Input type equal module structs, because the way that I define inputs and outputs is structures. No! What was that? Push IR struct ID is going to be input. And the members are going to be func sig inputs map iter map input. Yeah, let's do input. What did I call the members? IR struct member. So this is going to be in HIR struct IR. No, not HIR. Just regular IR. IR struct layout. What? Member. With an ID of input ident clone. Wait, oh, we're good. It expects a option, not that ident is an option. And then the type is going to be IR. Give me my checking back, please. Thank you. There we go. So we will just define everything, every single struct member. We now have an input type. We also need an output type. Luckily, the names of these does not matter. Because at this stage, the IR stage doesn't actually care about names, unless we're function linking, in which case it does care about names, but we're not going to be doing that. And now we just do block equals graph block body. Okay. So module functions push IR function. The idea of this is going to be func ident clone. Is that optional? Okay, no. Yes. The input is an IR ID ref, which is just an integer. Got it. Input tie as I32. Output tie as I32. And now we need the operations. Hello, how's it going? Everybody is stopping in today. That is kind of crazy. Field functions on type IR module. What do you mean no field functions on type IR module? It's the entire point of the IR module. Oh, I called them functions, not functions. Expected ID ref. Fine, I'll do IR ID ref. Input type. Okay. Now. I need to decide how I am going to handle this. Recursive function it is. Do I have a... Dang, I don't... I have like my contrived return system, which is next stage, but I don't know if I actually implement return. I know I implement next stage, so that's what I'll do here, is just use the next stage operator, which means we need to get all the arguments for the next stage, all the IR values there, So at the end of operations, we do operations push IR op. Next stage. What is the next stage of the operation? The args type is going to be output type, so I'm going to say IR type native. So we're going to go struct and this is another IRID ref, which is the output type. Now, would it be easier for me to actually implement a return value on this function? Probably. However, I can just do it this way. Is ping from? Oh, Peter got the pick and place machine working. I need to look at that later. I may get my hands on a very sweet haptic glove at some point, and I'm going to do physics things to it. Okay, so the arguments here needs to be one for each one of the outputs of this module. So I'm going to do for out in block outputs. Graph block has that, right? Yeah, outputs. So for output in block outputs, and we can get away with two things. With essentially two functions. So let's add hash and equal to local value. And now we can make a values map of our existing values. Oh look, I'm doing errors. I'm handling them correctly for the first time in this entire project. To be clear, the UI project. The UI related project. we're gonna say values is equal to hash map of HIR local value, because remember, single static assignment. So when we... Oh, wait. This is... Yeah, this is local value to an IR... The IR value. So I'm going to create a new function called resolve value. And this is going to take in a value, which is going to be an HIR local value. And we're also going to take in the current block we're in, which will be HIR block and we'll also take in the resolved values, which will be a mutable reference to that hash map. And this will return an anyhow result of type local value. Not local value, IR value. I need to fix whatever formatting I'm messing up in here. Out block and oh dang, this expects like an actually fully constructed structure. Like that I allocated and then copied stuff into. Do I want to show returning multiple values? Do I want to put in the effort to show returning values? Or multiple return values? Not right now. We're gonna do IR type native. IR native type F32 JavaScript floats. It works. And then the way that we're going to do this is outputs get 0, okay, or anyhow need one return value. Then we're going to call resolve value on this singular value. Now here, expected ID ref found IR type. So I did write this, so it has to be a structure. Screw you past me, not making things simple but designing them semi-well in an interesting way. IR ID ref. We'll do output type. Since I'm hard coding it, it should be fine, I want to say. We'll just do operations. And I need to do a really simple IR emitter here. Now I know I already have that structure somewhere, so I'm gonna find it and copy it. Here you are. Yeah, this structure definitely wasn't designed the best, but it will. Okay, so I'm going to, instead of doing operations, I don't know, resolve. This method was going to be super clean. Can I salvage the IR writer? We have to manually import anyhow. Okay, now, since it appears that there are no more errors in IR Writer, I'm just going to use my old IR Writer class, and instead of IR value here, we're going to return IR Writer. Writer IR value, which allows us to use the writer. Which should be named IR emitter, but I'm gonna have a much better system than writer IR values in the future. Significantly so. Okay. We want to resolve a value. So we start by saying, hey, what is this value? If this is a broken ref, anyhow, broken reference. Oh no! You can't compile. easiest case to deal with. Now, if this is a block input, then we want to do writer arg. There should be a dang it. How did I do? Oh dang. I would do get labeled value and set labeled value. It wasn't actually part of the writer. Why did I have labeled values as part of the writer? Ugh. My design boundaries here are terrible. Or my encapsulation is terrible. This should just be an emitter, and that should be it. It should be writing operations. It shouldn't be, and like, I have a little bit of a line here. No. I'm not talking about my like crunch time writing right now. I'm talking about when I was writing this originally, when I wasn't on crunch time. I think. I kind of always crunch time myself, but when I wasn't on crunch time, I wrote this. Yeah. Then again, my like, one of my refactors that led into me doing this months ago was going, huh, this system sucks. I'm going to copy the Rust compiler to solve this. And now we're here. Okay, so since we're on crunch time, the way that I am going to solve this is by looking at my OG code here, where start scope. So when we start scope, we need to go over all the arguments and then manually write the arg values. This is so jank. He's so cursed. Okay, the way that I'm going to handle this is when we enter this block. Where's my IR writer? Have I defined it yet? Doesn't look like I've defined it yet. So we're gonna let moot writer equal IR writer new. Oh dang, it takes arguments. Argument type IR ID prep. Oh, the type of the arguments. Okay. Oh, was I gonna... It's not used by anything. Was I going to auto-initialize arguments here? I think that is what I was going to do. But no, we're going to initialize arguments here, where for input in func sig inputs again. I'm hard coding this to IR native type F32. Oh yeah, there's my deref system. Yes, this is a dereferenced value that is not a memory value. And then we're gonna set this labeled value to be index to string. And the only labeled values are going to be the inputs. And we're going to do them through a string lookup. Ah. So now here, we do writer get labeled value index to string. Okay, now, let the fun begin. This is where all the actual work is going to be. Is grabbing the node and then the index. So node data equal block nodes get node, okay, or anyhow invalid node ref so we now have our node and oof. Let's reference our project here as well. We're just gonna reference everything. And we need the name of our expression. Do not write your compiler like this, please. I'm trying to get this working by tomorrow. Let's see, expression name is project graphs, and then node data expression item. And then okay, or not graphs, graph, okay, or anyhow invalid graph ref. And then we want to try to get an item from this, which is going to be node data expression item. Okay, or any how invalid local ID. And then this is going to be our expression item. Let exper name equal what version control is this using again? All through GitHub? Yes, in fact, if you want to look at any of the horrendous code that I am currently writing, by the end of the stream, I will have pushed it to GitHub. So if you just look up Brane Reality Brane Script, it will just show right up. And I think I have this linked underneath my respective streams if you go to the Brane.org, which was recently redone by a community member to actually look cool. We have these, which most of the time load. They don't load most of the time because I'm directly pulling GitHub's API, and it doesn't like responding half the time. But then that will bring you to BraneScript. Yeah. And right now we're working on the Node HIR branch. New size cannot be referenced. Okay. Then we want the expression item, not inline. And we'll keep all of these as to do except for function. Which function we will return function ident clone. Actually, function ident string, because we can get away with that. And then we will match on expression name, and now we know what function we're trying to execute with this system. I thought I did have it as a link in the stream descriptions. Oh, look at that, I don't. I have had it in my video descriptions for a minute. I guess my streams don't. I'll add GitHub in there. And I'll send that over to the Brane Reality organization, since that's where all this lives. Okay, that should show up underneath there from this point onwards, because I reuse stream descriptions. You know what? Let's return straight from this match statement. That way I don't have to go through the trouble of... Yeah. Alright, thanks for sticking around while you could, though. Now the question is, how do I want to match up node inputs to expected function outputs? I guess we'll do it through the function signature inputs. For each one of these function... Ooh. I don't really have a way to currently cache... Well, actually, I could just cache every single one of the function's outputs. That would make sense. Let's do for input in this function's inputs. Yes. I'm just gonna go just put an error here. Actually, can I just say to do? And will that stop it from complaining? It does, thank goodness. Now, for every input in this function signature, which is a block edge, which is an identifier, then we don't need to worry about types right now because we're just doing everything is a float. We can do node data inputs, and these are our actual local values. Okay, or I'm still doing a little bit of error checking, even though we're like full crunch timing this. Or I'm just gonna say arg not set. That is the value that we're expecting. So now, this is where the fun begins. Resolve, we can just recursively call resolve value, and if this was a huge compiler, we would get Stack Overflows. But this isn't a huge compiler. So we're going to just pass in all of that. And then let's actually do this as a mapping function. I bet a fair number. Every time I go out in public, I'm actually surprised by how many people I run into that still play Pokemon Go. Let inputs equal this. And I forgot the most important part of this entire function, which is if let sum value equals resolved values get value return value. And this is what makes it safe for us to just recursively call this between tons of different nodes that are all referencing each other. Then did I implement copy for writer I value? No, just clone. Make this lambda return anyhow result HIR local value. And hopefully that makes it so I can now use the question mark operator. And then we just do okay on that value. Okay, and then what we get from inputs is a list of inputs that we could call a function with, or theoretically, if we map or match on function ident and then let's also do as string just to make it easier on ourselves. And then in the worst case scenario, we return error anyhow function not callable. But now we can do things like F32 add. And now if we do the F32 add function, this is an intrinsic function, a part of the compiler. And I want to implement this in such like a much better way in the future. But the way that we can do it for now is we just say writer and then add and then get a result. So we do actually, since we're returning a result, I can just return the result of this. Let's just do IR native type F32. This is an F32 add always. Inputs. Zero here. Inputs 1 there. And I want to check this, but this inputs here should already handle this. And if we want to, we can actually oh, come on, I thought this was implemented. There we go. Yeah. We nearly have a compiler at this point. Very close to have... We almost have a compiler. I'm gonna add sub here as well. Now here, when we try to resolve values, return args, it wants a single value. So we need to do let ret value equals writer allocate space for return is output type. What's this missing? Writer and project. So we have our return value stack allocated here. And now we need to go through and for each one of the return values, yeah, return native type. Ah. Okay. Ret value. Right. do I actually have any implementation for dependencies, pipeline dependencies? No. I do have an assertion saying that I don't have that implemented though. So now I need to manually construct this structure. To this expected IR_ID ref, found IR_ID ref, okay. Found IR value, found writer IR value, so I need to do value. Then use after borrow. It should implement copy for the integer. Okay, so now we have the pointer to the struct member, and now we can do writer door source is arg, dest is mem. And if I'm not forgetting anything about my old compiler scripting, which I probably am, we might have a compiled struct module now. Oh no, module does not need to be mutable. That is a bad sign. Ah. I don't know why I went through all the effort of having like that, fancy, oh no. Actually, since I'm not dealing with structures, I don't need to deal with referenced versus dereferenced values. That work? It looks like it does. Man, I love it when it lets me do stuff like that. Oh wait, node output index. That is an important distinction. We don't currently account for nodes that have more than one input. I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, now that we have, now. I believe this lower HIR function is ready for testing. Okay, so in here, we're gonna do Brane C. And this is in librs of Brane C, correct? Yes. It's called lower HIR. And into here, we are going to pass project borrow I guess I'll just write out the thing manually, it's fine. Then I want to print out child modules. For mod modules. And I actually have display implemented for these structures, so they'll pretty print. Okay, that's a successful compile on the first try. All right, add F32, add our main function's wired up. Needs at least one scope. I gave it a scope. Screw you, writer. Resolve value. Where is my first instance of writer right? Here's my writer value, writer right. Oh, apparently I deleted, because I remembered I need to put at least one writer scope in. And then I forgot to put the writer scope in. Okay. Writer. Start scope. I also remembered to end the scope. down here. But, you know, I just forgot to start it. Yeah, there's a lot more people here than usual. It's kind of crazy. But hey, there's actually interesting things to look at this time. So, like, I'm not sad about it. Build. Failed to compile. Invalid graph ref. Invalid graph reference. Well then. That's right here. Oh, I passed the item ID into the graph. I could have sworn I did that correctly, but apparently not. Editor, don't die on me, please. Guys, we might have to kill the editor. Okay, fine. I'll close the program so you can cargo check it and then restart it because I had a queued run of the program from like 15 minutes ago. I'm going to close that. There you go. Okay, and I'm not going to run it through the editor because... Okay. We've only had extremely simple errors so far, which has me suspicious. We haven't found any architectural... Guys, that's intermediate representation. That is a compiled module. Alright, let's spot check this. Okay, so we have one struct that is our input with A, F32, B, F32, output, out, F32, that all looks good. 0 is arg1, 1 is arg1. And this is a single static assignment form graph, which means you can only set a value once. So the index, I'm just using a quick workaround in my IR where the index of an IR argument or an IR value is that is its value in the single static assignment graph. So to refer to a value, you refer to the index at which that operation to create that value occurred. So that just means for arguments, we need to actually do an arg. Like, this is a no-op, it doesn't actually turn into assembly code. But this gets our argument, places it in IR value 1, arg1, so this is adding 0 and 1. We're allocating a structure of type output. We are storing one value in that structure of type output, and then we are calling the stage next command in our runtime. This will compile successfully, which means that I'm going to change the value of this compile, no, not that, the value of this build to run. For func in actually, let me look at This is the old CLI for the text-based version of this, and if I look down here in the commented out code, we can find how to actually call functions. So we need to link to the LLVM JIT backend. Oh dang, am I gonna have to compile LLVM on my laptop if I want to edit this on my trip? Oh, that's gonna be a nightmare. I really hope LLVM sys just downloads a clone. So now in our cargo toml, we need to link to Brane C Brane backend LLVM, which is at path Brane script runtime Brane backend LLVM. Editor's really struggling now that we're linking to LLVM. Actually, I think Brane's core might already link to LLVM. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm gonna have to be tactical with my saves here. Oh no! I did go to definition on the big crate. Oh, we're fine. It failed. You know how sometimes chess masters will pre-play games, like they'll pre-move? I'm essentially doing that with typing right now. Yeah. Okay, and if we process the modules successfully, we should be able to load Okay. We will see how long this takes to save. I wonder if it's NVim tree slowing it down this much. Because is it trying to git index everything in the target folders? Because if it is... See, if I search NVim trees, if I search NVim tree, yeah. Anyway. Found error in the scope, but it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Show it. It's right here. Show it. It's right here. Oh, it's because... Oh, I made the mistake of saving again. Okay. Goodbye, NeoVim. So what's the problem with the... Oh, it's because of the else statement. There we go. So this will say, we successfully loaded the functions. And then I do want to... Usually not saving is the mistake. Ah, but you see. In NeoVim, you save to prevent bug. Oh, wait. In regular coding, you save to prevent bug. In NeoVim, you don't save to prevent bug. You bug to prevent save. I'm gonna reference my code through GitHub. Instead of through the editor itself, because the super fast enthusiast editor environment can't handle my code base. Okay, and now we can continue copying from that. That a NeoVim distro or a full custom environment? It's not full custom. I mostly followed a guide and then took it from there. But it is a lazy Vim based config that I set up line by line. So, and there's something in there, and I have my eye on the Rust analyzer because it's whenever I start opening up multiple nested crates that it starts super lagging out like that. But I'm not sure yet exactly what causes that issue. But I do know it happens after working in a Rust code base and I open up a ton of files with it. Not quite sure what's going on. Now I need to remind myself how my own function calls work. I bet I do have a... What did I call my... What did I call my module? I called it... Not standard... Oh, I called it main. So the function I'm looking for is main. And I believe I auto set the scope of these in the runtime when I load them in there. It's been a couple months since I actually wrote the JIT portion of this. Spent far too long on the actual like language compiler side of things. The parser, the HIR, the parser. Okay, so this is where we actually load the JITted function. Load our stack and bindings page, and okay, so I did refactor this. So before, when I wrote this, I was passing in arguments to functions as structures because I was like, oh, it's a node graph. Everything's going to be a structure because of multiple inputs, multiple outputs. Easy, but then I was like, the performance. Let's automatically make it so if it's only one return value, it's not a structure. But we'll still represent them as structures in the HIR. Or not the HIR, the IR, the not high-level intermediate representation. So the functions just implicitly turn into functions that take regular arguments when they take a structure. But if you pass in a structure as one of the members of that structure, then, you know, you would pass in a structure. I think. I'm not sure. I don't think that's implemented. Anyways. Where do I initialize my stack bindings page? Oh, I set the default value to the stack page here. Okay, so since we have a fair number of people watching, I should actually explain this. My scripting language runtime is very inspired by the WebAssembly spec, where instead of getting raw memory access and pointers, instead you have to pass in all of the memory that is possible for the runtime to access. And in fact, I'm going to take it even further and make it so part of these bindings are like only read instructions will work for parts of these bindings. So then I'll be able to safely pass read-only memory bindings into functions. Since we're going like a pure functional scripting route with the node graph, I do want like I have this like vision in my head of like there's going to be a divide by zero error that happens somewhere, but it causes absolutely no issues because no memory that was passed in that we didn't know was immutable by the function, that we didn't know was being mutated by the function, none of that memory gets corrupted. So we're able to just like report an error and move on with our day without errors in the scripting runtime ever propagating out into the larger runtime, except for, you know, like other effects that aren't specifically like memory corruption. Basically, memory corruption won't be able to escape. Malicious access stuff won't be able to escape. And the reason why I allocate this as a U32 instead of a U16 is because that forces this vector here to be aligned in memory, and we won't get errors when we try to access it from Rust. So I think we should be able to call like main function, and we just call it. Where do I call these functions? Returned. So this is where we call it. We call it like a regular function. So I can literally say main function. And you see, this is a regular Rust function. Entirely regular Rust function. Oh. Hello.
Hello. So are you like recording or something?
I'm actively streaming at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like a couple lines of code away from getting a JIT compiled node graph working, so that's what we're doing.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go back to talking to myself. But see, so we have the main function here. Let's actually, I believe here this is the current stack pointer. So if I pass in the bindings page here, and let me see what I actually do. Yeah, bindings page as pointer, and stack page for stack pointer, which is, yeah, stack pointer is just an i32 variable, which I guess is a binding. Yeah, the upper 32 bits of this is, oh, the upper 16 bits of that is the bindings page, or is the binding that our stack memory should be, and then the lower is the actual index within there for the stack. Yeah. The rest are just our arguments. So I do want to set up actual like the ability to set the inputs for this function, as we call it. But for now, let's just do two. Just pass in 2 in. This will essentially be 2 plus 2. Ah, no, don't do that. I think I32, we want this to be F32. And then this only returns, can only return a function on our stack. So yeah, this return pointer. Did I make it so it has to specify? So that I can specify where the return is? Or... pages. Yeah, I'm just going to print out the memory after running the function. Or the first, like... we're just going to say... for I in, say, 0 to 100. Then this is a stack page of 32-bit integers, but our values are floating point, so we'll need to cast the pointer. I'm blind. Ah, here we go. I'm gonna copy this line of code and edit it as I need. Back page as mutable pointer as mut u8 pointer. Let's, instead of mut u8, let's do f32. So we're stepping through f32 values. And then we don't have to cast the resulting value to anything. But we can dereference it. Actually, we need to dereference it within the unsafe block because dereferencing unsafe. Compiling inkwell. Reload system. Okay, so it's very close to done. Okay. Moment of truth, I guess. Nope. We gotta panic. Somewhere. Oh. Okay. Got all the way to there. That was further than I was realistically expecting. Return type does not match operand type of return. Field module. Let's cargo run this so I can get like actual compiler output. Or actual return type does not match operand type of return instruction. Return void float. And it printed this out as just one giant module without pretty printing. To the function return type. That means we got decently far. I do need this to be printed in a human-readable fashion, though. Staging. Ah, here. Dang it! It didn't pretty print it. Screw you! Oh, it pretty printed this. But even that keeps the new lines in. See how long it takes to try to find stage module. It's so close. Okay. Stage module. Oh, I actually misspelled it accidentally. In the same way when I was searching for it. Printing failed module, print to string. Huh? LVM string. Well, there is display for LLVM string. Oh, it were. Into string. Every wheel reallocate. Let's see if that gives me the ability to see what's actually going on. There we go. So define float. Main pointer float. Float. Turn. But wait, did I actually get this working to where we can return values from it? Because I remember putting effort into doing that. But it appears, yeah. Our runtime is working for single return values. This is amazing. It's not broken. It's working better than I could have expected. Oh, I do want to keep that. So I can say here, F32 and now in my jank compiler, I put too much effort in. The output type, it correctly identifies, hey, there's only one there. If there's only one value there, then we don't need to write an entire thing here. Instead, we just do writer ret Do I not have a return? I got this working. No return. Now see, the thing is, like, I had this working with the next stage. Maybe not. Did I ever test single return values? Ever? Did I ever do that? Or did I only test arguments? Because at this stage, I'm willing to just revert anything on the back end, or move it forward if the moving forward is super easy. So we need to look at runtime, Brane backend, LLVM. Yeah, return is a to-do. Next stage. Return destination is just our stack pointer. Okay. And then ooh, ah. Yeah, this didn't implement the single return system. I'm gonna say if return type, I'm just gonna keep both systems in place for now, just for the fun of it, but return type members length is greater than 1, then none, else we're gonna do some. Okay, and then is this an inkwell thing? Yes. This if statement should be here. If return type members length is equal to 1, then we can just self builder build return self get value with that argument. Else go through and do the rest of this. basic value enum. We need this as a basic value. Guess we'll just do a match. Since I'm not quite sure how inkwell values work. If this is array value, to do int value. Int value. Does int value support dynamic reference value? Int value does not live long enough. Drop this bar. I need this diagnostic bubble to get off my screen. I think possibly if I just return this as a reference, that will be valid. Possibly. Oh! I'm learning. Yeah, this is definitely not how I want this to work in the production version at all. In fact, I was actively moving away from this. However, return native types. Failed to compile. Where? There it is. There you are. this Args T actually... I'm gonna circumvent this entire system by just forcing the passing in of a ret type. And now in here, I accidentally triggered a build, but it's not building, thank goodness. Let's go. Let's go. It actually compiled. It actually compiled. We need to go to UI. Editor, don't break on me right now, please. And the name of the function is just main. Break on me. Don't break on me. It's about to work. It's gonna work. I know it's gonna work. But why is it running? No. But yeah, guys, it compiled. This is monumental. I actually it's too soon to say. It hasn't worked yet. It hasn't worked until it has. You guys see that 4 in the console? That 4 is the result of an F32 add operation between A and B, which are both 2. So we just computed 2 plus 2 equals 4 with a JIT compiled node graph. I'm gonna try to get all of this in one screenshot. And give me a moment while I post this everywhere. Okay, just for the fun of it, let's add another add in here. So the result of that, and that argument, and let's have this be the output. That looks so bad. But we should be able to run it, and we get 6. And what if we added another one? And we used the result of both of these. the reordering algorithm is gonna need a little bit more work. But look at that! We get a return value of 10! Ah! I am happy. I am at peace. I got it working. I can now say I have a JIT compiled node graph. I'm not gonna sleep tonight because I have to actually pack for the flight. But this is the main thing I wanted to do, was get BraneScript working. I want BraneScript in a working state when I go to go to a conference. Two plus 2, 2 plus 2, 4, 4, 8. Yes! Yeah, the reordering algorithm is going to need a lot of work, but that's all working. First thing, oh man, it's gonna take so much work to get this to a state where it's actually usable, but just the fact that the entire pipeline is working in a time frame that I set out for myself feels pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna actually pack for this conference that I need to leave for in 3.5 hours. So, I'm gonna go do that. But thank you for, like, 21 plus people watching. Not, that sounds weird. Over 20 people watching the stream consistently is, like, this is a massive stream in multiple ways. Thank you. But all good things must come to an end. So I'm gonna have to end the stream now. But we did it. It's actually working. It's actually working. Let's go.